Hi! Oni, are you still there? If not, I will refund your buck. Sorry, I couldn't do it. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Eggy. How are you guys? Okay, so there's this Halloween playlist, and it's making me want to redecorate in Spirit City, so we're gonna do that. Let's see if they have any like Halloween decor without having to actually buy stuff. Oh, it's so tiny. Oh, here we go. Might not be able to stick around as long tonight because of work. Hope you have a nice comfy stream. Thank you, Eggy. I hope you have a wonderful time at work. Mwah! Let's see. Do we have spook options? How much money do I have? Where do I? Oh, down there. Those are snowflakes. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Ooh. Ooh, perfect. AoE damage. Oni! You still want the bar? Hold. Sorry, your name is like equally as long and the same color as Mushi's. So I'm like, oh, I gotta differentiate by the badges because I'm sure as shit not literate. Finished up my charts? Ooh, very nice. I give the Hi, bud. How you doing? Okay. The lanterns are nice. Yeah. Let's do that. And let's do... I don't want to do 2 chandeliers. Let's do that. Do I want to do no chandeliers? I feel like I might, yeah. Do they have a themed side table? No. That makes sense though. Oh, okay. I don't think I want to change this because that's Moeru and this is Mushi. You know? At the Got about a month or 2 of physical therapy left for my shoulder and hand. How's it going? I know you said you're healing still, but I hope there's been good progress. I can't not have... I'm torn. It's going really well. I'm glad. That's really good to hear. No, we're keeping the Moeru. I can't not keep the Moeru. Wait, how do I do the walls and stuff again? Decor. General, okay. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah. Main wall. What am I on? Okay, you know what? Let's do this as a preset. Oh, I have a preset for this. Oh, that's my fave preset. Okay. Fuck it. We're doing all Halloween here. You developed addiction to the new Rivals PvE game? How does that go? Okay, we're doing like a whole Halloween preset. Let's go. Ooh, that's fun. No, too busy. Too busy. Better. Yeah. That's pretty nice. What? I thought I... Oh, is it because I didn't own it? Come on. Oop. Stop. It's brutal RNG, but fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's do like a plain black. And then this one, oh, we can't really change the color of it. Whoa, what was that? Is there like a black brick? No. Okay, but I can color this. No. What? No. This one. Perfect. Wall borders. And the new skins are Dia de los Muertos themed. So I spend money on the game. Okay. Well, you know what? As long as it brings happies. I can't say I'm totally innocent either. I've been spending money on the Nikki passes. Not for the last month, but still. I don't know. That's kind of fun. It's giving Beetlejuice. You know that audio that's like, and since we're all gonna die, there's something I must confess. I did not like The Godfather. Did not care for it. My version of that is something I must confess. Beetlejuice is overrated. It's just okay. Oh, I like that. And the beams. Let's do like a red. No. I knew I loved you for a reason. Do you agree? I feel like people just love it because it's nostalgic. But I was too scared to watch it when I was really young, and then I never tried again. Like, I watched a bit of it when I was really young, but then they started, like, shriveling up and shrinking into, like, mummies. And, like, little 8-year-old me got freaked out, so I stopped watching. And then I watched it again in adulthood, and I was like, why are people insane over this? I couldn't care for the movies, but I disagree for the musical. Haven't seen the musical, but I do like that one song that I learned because of you. One thing that I will say that I am happy about, because of Beetlejuice is it's become like Halloween, like a Halloween thing. It was alright also. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Thank you for the head pat, Void. But like, we need more Halloween themed stuff. I feel like there's so much stuff that's Christmassy. But there's not that much stuff that's Halloween. It's like you always see like ghosts, pumpkins, like orange and black, purple and green, right? There's so little Halloween music. We need more Halloween. And so I'm grateful to Beetlejuice for adding to the Halloween aesthetic, you know? We must overthrow. Oh, those are the strings. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Make it a little dimmer. Give me all the fall vibes with black, orange, and purple. I feel like the orange and purple is just like... I feel like it's gotta be... What is that, bro? Okay. I feel like it has to be, black and orange or purple and green. You know what I mean? It's like either pumpkin or witch. I'm so glad you guys agree. I used to work at a store that had a whole lot of like merch type stuff. And one of the franchises that would come around every Halloween was, you know, Beetlejuice. And I was like, I don't know why people are so fucking feral over this. I will stretch and hydrate, thank you. Okay, finally off. Yippee! Yippee! I have mixed feelings on Halloween. What are the mixed feelings? I shall also hydrate, and if you take meds or vitamins and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I've already taken mine, and thank you very much. Oh, that's kind of fun. That's like Mummy. I know it's supposed to be for Christmas, but like, it reminds me of Mummy bandages. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We gotta do that. Unless we gotta do that. No. That? No. Did I not change the lights? Thought I did. Purchase. Neutral. Turn that down a little bit. Okay, window style. And yes, hi, Badub and Faye and I were in a call before this. Ooh. I would love to have like stained glass. Wait. Why doesn't it change the ones on the top? That's sad. Okay, oh well. Love my black cat. She's too cute to be bad luck. I've heard that in other places, black cats are considered good luck. Yeah, the black cat superstitions are dumb. Although I will say, I feel like black cats do get more love because they're kind of seen as the underdog. I know a lot of people who love black cats specifically because they're like, I feel bad that they're seen as like bad luck. They're so cute. So I feel like they're kind of benefiting from it a little bit. Which, you know, more love to black cats, I'm happy. Hair? Oh. Interesting. I won't get into it, but at my shelter, black cats weren't allowed to be adopted during Halloween season. Oh. Oh, I am so sorry. That is so sad, actually. I know I can piece it together. That is so sad. People are awful. Some people. You gotta remember that there's wonderful, beautiful people. I wish there was like a fancy chair. I'll just go for this. Ooh, I like that. I think I was fucking with that. Time to drive home. Drive safe! Thank you for the lurk. Okay. We're just... I like how I was like, okay, we're gonna do co-working, and then it's just decorating. We getting festive in this bitch. I do enjoy that. I like the paintings. What's the snack? Nothing. Ooh. Hold on, I have an idea. Is there anything colorable? That's kind of fun. Blood in a cocktail glass. Primary. Darken that up a little bit. Also. Yeah. Hi, Kat. How you doing? Candles are always a good bet. I don't really want that. Ooh, floating candles. You can have a little cauldron. I think I do need a light source. I like the first candle. Neutral. I feel like the desk did not... The desk feels like so much more light than the other blacks. Not having the best day. Hi, Molly. Sorry, not having the best day, but Yuri stream is cozy stream. I'm sorry you're not having the best day. I hope it gets a little better at least. How's Molly doing? Here is the appropriate place for some pumpkins. Can I get a cauldron here? Yeah. Hi, Mary. Ooh. No. Been playing the rival zombie mode trying to beat the hardest difficulty. It's almost impossible. I believe in you. You can do it. Okay, I'm so excited about that because Moth. Stay in my bed. Always a good thing. Okay, what should be above? That's fun. That's cute. I feel like we gotta go for the witch broom. Ink. Side table. I think we need to do a pink lamp just for Faye. No. We already have a whole Faye preset. Such a derpy little snake. I love that. Neck. Gorgeous. I want to change the secondary color. I'll just leave it all black. Okay. Bed is done. Let's do the bay window. And we'll do... What was it? This? Yes. Do we do black or what? I think black. Cushions. Although that is really cute, but... Oh, maybe I do want to do that. Yeah. And then the snack can be this. And then the hanging item. First one will be chandelier. Second one will be this thingy. Then this, the black. Oh, it's black enough when I already own it. And pumpkin. Next. Fireplace. Let's stick with the old style. How's Yui? I'm doing good. I was gonna co-work, but now I got hung up on making a festive Halloween room. The music got me in the vibe. Turn myself up. I'm already hitting almost yellow. Is the music too loud? Is that what that is? Need a little lower? Yeah. Witchy stuff. This says moosh. I gotta put that on my main thingy. Hold on. Preset 1. Okay, it's already on my main thingy. Cool. Methinks I need another cauldron. Yeah. And then... Okay, hold on. I'll fix that later. That's fine. And then we can change my outfit to be more Halloween-y. Yellow is where you should be? Sorry, no. I'm almost hitting the red. I'm in the yellow. Usually when I talk, it's like the little thingy on OBS that tells you where like the highest recent spot that you hit. That's in the yellow. I also literally can't turn myself up more. It's like maxed. Am I really quiet for you? Clothing. I'll leave that as is. I'm quickly losing all my money. Why no Halloween sweater? Okay. It's kind of ugly. Kind of ugly. Yeah. I like that. I wish you could customize the color of these. I would never wear jeans to lounge. I'm not a psychopath. Ugh. Yeah, fuck it. Let's make an ugly outfit. Leave the socks because you can't see them anyway. And Mushi. Oh, these are so cute. What the fuck? Look at that. Mushi, you're getting a recolor. Albino Mushi for Halloween. Wait, is the second thing the keyboard? No. Book. Gotta be that. And we'll do a spooky game console, even though I never use this. Oh, I forgot to do this as a preset. Okay. 4 to match Halloween. We'll do that. Perfect. That, perfect. That, perfect. Okay. And then for the regular, we'll switch it back. Yeah, okay. What? Oh, wardrobe. Okay, because I didn't do the preset thing. What did I have before? Bah! That's fake. It's not just me, you're quiet for Mushi too? I am in the yellow! I don't know what to do! Is the music too loud? Is that why? Beard. I like the difference is like so minimal. Really all you really notice is the neck. I just think it suits the art style too. Cute, but not quite. We have you on max volume? You're about the same volume as you usually are for me. Is it a good volume? I don't know what to do. I'm like, if I go any louder, I'll be constantly in the red. Maybe bring the mic closer. It is like 10 inches from my mouth. It'll be blocking my vision if it's closer. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, my ears. Can I change my ears? Head. Oh, they all have those ears. She's always quieter than everything else I play. That's what I've been trying to tell her, to turn yourself up. I don't know what to do. I think like sometimes it's just on Twitch's end. I know some people have randomly had really quiet streams. Nah, I'll leave it without. Moth shirt, moth shirt. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Kind of funky, kind of fresh. You're quieter than other streams? I just hit the red. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I will worry about it later. What was it that I chose? Oh yeah, Ghost Pants. Ghost Pants. My Gants. Pixelate, yeah. I feel like it could also be Twitch, because I have some people who are always loud and other people who are always super quiet despite being in the red. At least turn down the game? Okay, I can do that. Spirit Companion. Mush, 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 mush. Oh right, I forgot they actually added a hamster. And that's so perfect for Mushi too. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing that. Okay, move that back to normal. I'll fix the other stuff later. activity items. We're all good. Okay, go back. Is that Halloween-y enough? Lighting, good. Wait, what was the view? How do I change the view? Scenery. Thank you for the beam up. Just know that we can always turn you down if you're loud, but we can't turn you up without an add-on. Yeah. You have a pumpkin costume? You do? You're so cute. I do wish I could make the lighting darker, because this is, like, still really bright. But oh well. We'll leave it at that for now. And then we're actually going to do co-working. But don't forget, or I'll haunt you. Is that a threat or a promise? Hi, Pajama Nerd! How you doing? Yeah, if I sit up, my mic is literally blocking half my screen. I am one hand's length away from the mic. I have started to play Space Marines 2. Ooh, I haven't heard of it. Okay, hold on. ASMR mic moment. How's my volume for you, Pajama Nerd? Am I really quiet? Fine when I have my phone at listening volumes. Okay. Normally keep my phone at a very low volume. Okay. Well, thank you for the feedback, because for Mushi and Moito, I'm very quiet, apparently. Get loved, all you amazing people. I'm here to lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Wolf. As your editor, your VODs are really quiet, too? Really? Because they're not for me. Oh, maybe the older ones. Okay, are you talking about the newer ones? Because they're not for me. At all. I feel like an accountant, clickety-clacking away. Later, when I have time to hang out, show you. Yeah. Okay. And thank you for the lurk, Pajama Nerd. No. Lurkies, thank you for the lurkies. Ooh. Oh, thank you for the streak, too. You. Oh. These need to be 520. Okay. Doot. Okay. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, oops. I'm having neck pain. I don't know why. Hi, Eka! My massive wrinkly brain. No, it's just a smooth orb in there. That's all there is in there. Oh, okay. I've encountered problem number 1. Which should be an easy fix. Okay. Right. How are you doing, Echo? Good, just hanging out, playing Pokemon. That sounds lovely. Okay, I've encountered problem number 2. Might not be a problem if I do this. It's still a bit of a problem. Okay. What if I do... And here... Do that. Oh, no. The lo-fi beats model to this background is incredible. I'm glad. I just spent like the first probably over half an hour of the stream just playing around with that. I was like, time to get some work done. Just kidding. Okay. Let's see if I can fix this. Right. Okay. Okay, all of that deleted. Stop selecting things. Okay. That did something that I didn't want it to do. I just don't know what. Okay. Yeah. Whatever that was not what I wanted it to do, but okay. So close. Okay. Hi, Dolly. How you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this another time because this is not working for me. Second half of my first semester starts tomorrow. Oh my goodness, good luck. Are you looking forward to any classes? Wait, second half of the first semester, not the second semester. So you just finished midterms? Congratulations. E. I watched a video and now I can only hear like YEH is yeah. 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 We get a week off in between midterms and start of the second half. But I do love my programming class. I'm so glad. I love coding. I'm so glad. Let's go. I'm so happy for you. You know this means you're a queen in STEM. Let's go. Hold on. There's a specific video. I gotta show you guys. Yep. Hold on, why is that still there? Stop. Go away. So fucking loud. Holy shit. Hold on. Made the realization before the school year that I am now a woman in STEM. Yeah! Let's go! Hold on. First of all, turn this way the fuck down. I'm so glad I had Chrome muted, because yours poor eardrums would have been fucked. Chrome. Is this it? Yeah, okay. This is now what I hear every time I hear yeah. Hold on. Oh, right, it's muted. Sorry, hold on.
Why are you so shy? Do you hear you? What's the matter?
I told you you made my brain melt.
Why am I melting your brain then? Tell me all about it. Go ahead. Don't clear your throat, talk.
Well, you have a very pretty voice.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yes. You're very beautiful.
Yeah?
Yeah?
And I just yes.
Go ahead.
I just find it so cute. She's like, go ahead. And then she responds with, yeah? Yeah?
I just very yes.
Why are you so
Such a cute clip.
shy?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
The guy's design is hot. Yeah.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why are you so shy?
Oh, I can't. Okay. I can't do it on incognito, but the guy he's got a nice model. Good design. Instagram vampire clip. I actually don't know his other stuff, like his handle, but I've seen him a couple times on Instagram. Why are you so shy? Explosion. Where? Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, that is -3, -9, -18. Three, 9, 18. Last. Got it. God, I love men. They're so cute. I like fictional men. Listen, I like the idea of men. Actual men, not so much. Have to go eat early, class. Sweet dreams, sleep well, good luck in class. I hope you have a wonderful time. And thank you for stopping in, Dolly. Mwah. Mwah. Okay, let's hide all of this stuff. Okay, this one actually should go. Where is that? In here. Did that solve it? Okay, that solved it for one of them. And this should go... Emotes. There? Oh, oops. Wrong one. Okay. Easy peasy. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Those are done. Hi, Amber. How you doing? Just woke up and saw you were streaming. Hope you've been doing well. I have, thank ya. I wish I could do. What if I copy and paste? Ooh, yay. And paste. Oh, good. Excellent. Can I merge these? No. Okay. Where do I even move that? Okay. Not there. Uh-huh. Okay. Then I need that. Okay. Okay. Well, physics. Perfect. Okay, yay. That's fairly easy. Copy, paste. Flip. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, right. Got to change that. Okay. Perfect. Yippee. Oh. Hold on a minute. Okay. And then yeah. What is that? You know what? I'm in too deep to care. It's fine. Save! Yippee! Good progress. Okay, close that up entirely. Copy, paste. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's simple enough. Mm-mm. Hmm. Oh. Did it work? No. I don't get it. Why is nothing moving? Oh. Wait, no. I'm so confused. Okay. Time to backtrack all the fucking way back. Okay. Save. And save as. Cool. Excellent. All right. With that, I do have to BRB. It might be like 5 to 10 minutes, but I will be back as soon as I can. I'm back. Bye. Can't stick around because need to get ready for school, but at least wanted to pop by. Have a wonderful stream. Oh, sorry, I just missed you. Thank you for the head pat. I appreciate it, Eclipse. I hope you have a wonderful day at school. Mwah. Yeah, I'm confuzzled. I will not lie. Hi, Ghosty. I'm good. How's Ghosty? I'm so confused. Not the best, but we are dealing. Well, I'm glad you're dealing, and I'm sorry you're not the best, and I hope things ease up very soon. Friend just had a rough night and it worried me. I needed the worry chemicals to stop whooshing so much. I am sorry to hear that. I hope your friend feels better as well so that you can worry less about them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling so fucking dumb right now. Why is this not working? Oh wait. Is it because I need to do this? Does that change anything? No. I got excited for nothing. Why won't it move? Google, help me. Welcome back, Moosey. I'm so confused. And why is it fucking with that, too? Do I need to not? Okay. Undo. Edit. Redo. Okay, why is that happening? Okay, that's normal. Why is it like that? What happened? I hate it here. Okay, so that's not it. That's not it. That is it. Why? Ah. Okay. 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 Thank you. I'll save. Let's cross-reference. Okay. Okay. Save. Let's find this. Okay, if I do this art mesh, copy, paste, and I glue it to this instead. Ooh. Nope. Why is that happening? Okay, it's close, but not there. Oh my god, I think they're fine. What? Hold on. I think they added in a new feature that I've been wanting forever. I don't know when they added it, but I'm so glad that they did. Oh, 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 we're having a little lag. It's frozen. Yippee. Hey, Goo. I don't know if the program's got this. It's frozen. Not responding. You know what? I am actually okay with just quitting because I've barely done anything. Close the program. I will just restart it. That's okay. Have you made your backup yet? Kind of. I made a backup file, but it's on my computer. If I'm doing something that's like really fucky-wucky, I'll usually save a different version of it. Just in case I need to undo everything. But I haven't like backed it up to a different drive. If that's what you mean. Wait, is that working? Hold up. No. No. Why does this keep showing up? Go away. Is this it? Oh my god. I think that's it. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, save, save, save. I shall hydrate, thank you. Okay. Okay, huzzah! We're getting there. Guys, question. Do I have big dog or little dog or medium dog energy? Really? Aw, thank you, Ghosty. I always feel like big dog energy is like very calm and gentle. Small golden retriever energy? Yay! That makes me happy to hear. Very laid back like a lot of big dogs are. I just feel like I'm a little bit like pathetic in my personality. Like, you know when you say I love pathetic men? The same kind of pathetic, right? So I'm like, so am I like a small yippy dog? Well, I know I'm a yippy dog, but... Some medium dogs are like that too. Oh, I'm so happy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the answer. Because my IRL bestie Tinsel always thinks of me as like a little yappy dog. Like one of those with like, think like a Shih Tzu, you know, with like a little ponytail on the top of their head. He says I'd be a little white yappy dog. You do not have the energy for that from what I see of you. Yeah, I see little dogs are super energetic. I can't see you having zoomies. Me neither. Another question. Alright, so I already have an answer in mind, but curious about your takes. Am I a cat girl or a dog girl? Dog girl? I know you agree. There is no wrong answer, by the way. I'm a puppy. Aww. I think if I were a dog, I would definitely have droopy ears. The low energy dog that just likes chilling with people and such. I feel like I'm, see you having the aloofness of a cat. I feel like I'd be either an orange cat or some kind of dog. If I were a cat, I'd be an orange cat. The ADHD golden retriever puppy that gets zoomies at the end when they see favorite people reminds me of you. I feel like I'm a lazy dog, but I definitely do get excited. Like the kind of dog that likes to sleep all day on the couch nearby. If you try to play with it, it's like, what are you doing? I'm not getting the ball. Stop. But also when you walk in the door, it will jump. Okay, yippee, yay, okay. Why is this all broken? What happened? Why is this all broken? Oh, that's why. Okay. 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 Alrighty. Once I figure out that final detail, I will be done rigging. That's kind of crazy. Baller. Jeez Louise. Okay. I guess we will move back over to emotes. So let's move all my stuff. Ah, my pen. Oh, jeez. What happened there? Hi, Moz! Thank you so much for the streak. Okay. We are just finishing up rigging for now. I shall hydrate, thank you. Yeah, just finishing up rigging for now, and we're gonna switch over to drawing emotes. Let's switch the category to art and get that set up. Okay. And then I will share that. Pop that out. There we go. Cool. Awesome possum. Let's do that. We can also move this up and do a little bit of that. Let's move this all the way up. Tinker with it a little bit. What? How did I do it last time? Tab? No. Was it just Alt? I guess so. I forget how I cropped things. How did I crop it? Shit. Shift? Emotes, yeah. Hold on. Why am I forgetting how to, like, do the croppy thingy? In OBS, I used to... Hold on. I've literally done it on this window. I can see the little thingy. Okay, it works on that. Is it maybe dependent on the type of window? It might be. I Interesting. Oh well. We're just gonna put it right back where it was. What the fuck? Why'd my blankie flash? Why'd my bazinga flash? So okay, that I keep forgetting how to do scrolling text, so I always keep this on my scene hidden so that I can just copy paste it and change out the text. I also just usually keep a blankie here. I also keep Moira, my beloved. And Vroom, my beloved. And what's this? The sperm, right. Little OBS tour. Okay, back to emotes. Gotta tuck myself closer. Is the sperm also your beloved? Absolutely not. Disgusting. Right, and we're not gonna be too picky. True and real. Queen shit. Yeah. Lesbian shit. Just had to make sure, since it came after a long line of beloveds. Nope. Nope, that source is just my, like, general image source, so anytime I want to show something— Hi, IP! Thank you for the hug, I hope you're doing well. Anytime I want to show an image on screen, I just use that source and I change out which one it shows so I don't have to keep making a new one. So whatever the last picture I showed on stream was, that's what it's gonna be. I hope you're doing well, IP. Aye aye. Smart glasses today. I think I know what you're talking about. Also, hi Zarek, how you doing? These ones? I stole some grammatically correct poetry. Want to hear it? Yes, I do. Remember I said correct, not good. Yui, if our love is tragedy, are you my remedy? If our love's insanity, are you my clarity? Poetry. What did I say? Are you sure that's grammatically correct? Also, I don't think that's grammar. I don't think that's grammar. But you know what? Regardless, it is beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. A is also another way to write the Y sound. But I don't think grammar is spelling. Grammatical error would be saying, like, how are you doing? I'm good. When it should be, I'm well, right? Or saying, irregardless instead of regardless. Which is a pet peeve of mine. And oh, you know what pisses me off? It's something that really shouldn't, but it does. When people say whenever to say when. Because whenever implies it is a frequent and common occurrence. Or at the very least, frequent occurrence. But when they're like, so, fuck, I'm trying to think of an example, but examples are hard. Found it on subreddit about tragedy names, so it must be grammatically correct. Yeah, sure. You could say like, oh, the other day I dropped a plate, right? And whenever I did that, blah, 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 blah. But they're talking about the one instance. I don't know. I've heard it a lot. I'm having trouble thinking of a example. It's just a pet peeve. Not that I'm like perfect with grammar. I'm not the epitome of perfect English. But that is one thing that just kind of ticks me off. Did you like any of the fiber salads videos I sent? Honestly, most of them had stuff that I don't like. I watched them all. Most of them had stuff that I don't like in it, and also, I think I'm having one of those, like, obsessed with a certain foods phases, you know, where it's like all you eat. And at some point in like probably a couple of weeks, I'm gonna be so incredibly sick of the same thing that I'm making. But right now I am not, so I'm eating it very frequently. I might check them out again when I'm sick of that. I'm also not, I don't like salad dressing. So a lot of like the sauces and stuff are just no-goes for me. Okay, Yuri, don't be too picky. Just draw. There's something on my tablet, I can feel it. Tiny little speck of dirt. Where is it even coming from? I feel another one. Or am I just spreading the same one around? The hell? Okay. Another thing, oh, I'm the type of eater, by the way. Yes, I do like trying different types of new foods, but usually I'm eating the same thing, sometimes 3 times a day, no change for a few weeks till I get tired and switch to something else. Yeah. Wait, what's happening? There was just little something on my tablet screen, and I didn't know if I was like, if there were multiple of them, or if I just accidentally kept spreading it around. I love the transform tool. Well, transform and like liquefy. Forgot the word. Another thing that I don't like, it's not a pet peeve of mine, it's just something that, like, when I first heard it, I thought it was a typo. Not a typo, like, I first read it in a fan fiction, and I thought the person, like, put it in their draft and forgot to fix it. I was like, oh, like, that's funny, I caught a little error. It was not an error. Saying something fierce, or something bad. Like, I want this something bad. Or, I hate this something fierce. You know? I think that is so lazy. You literally could not think of a simile. So you just said vaguely the sentiment. Oh, no, no, no. Excuse you, go away. But I'll do you one better. What? The ones who use more complicated words to describe something intentionally to sound more sophisticated, but they don't even know what the word they use means. Honestly, I think that's like, I get it. It is very annoying, but I also think it is really hard to tell when that is actually the case. Sometimes bigger words are just more specific. And you just, like, want a very specific phrase. Ah. You know what I mean? No, there's a difference. Maybe I just haven't come across enough people who do that on purpose. But sometimes someone will pull out an absolute, like, chonker of a word, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And I look it up, and it's so specific, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess. Hmm. I didn't mean the ones who use bigger words to be more specific. I mean the ones who use bigger words to sound smarter, but they didn't use it right at all. Yeah. But also sometimes I just use a word entirely like chartreuse. Think chartreuse. A lot of people, when they think of the color chartreuse, they're thinking of something reddish. For me, when I think chartreuse, immediately I think of like a burgundy. In reality, chartreuse is like a pukey greenish yellow. Like, they have a specific thing they're wanting to say, they just use the wrong word. Even though it's like, you're close. But I guess in that case, I just have not come across too many people that purposely use bigger words to sound smarter. Lucky me, I suppose. Ah. Also, when you hear hazel, like hazel eyes, what do you imagine? What color, specifically? You're right, but that's the difference. They use a word or two wrong, yes. But the ones I mean, they use bigger words that they don't understand to sound smarter, as in everywhere, and someone who just met them doesn't know what they mean either. Thinks of them, wow, they must be very smart, but if you keep tabs, you see how pretentious they are. I guess I just haven't met people like that, luckily. Yay. I think I knew one person, but that was like back in high school. And we're all kind of obnoxious in high school. I used to say he was like a dude bro of nerds, you know? He was very much like trying to sound impressive and cool by using big, difficult to understand words. I don't know if he was using them incorrectly, but I felt like he was doing it like very on purpose. I don't think he was using them incorrectly. Okay, time for the face. Okay, this one, I can actually use the textured brush. Actually, okay. Oh, oopsie. Okay, and then this thingy, and then probably some clothes, because she does look a little naked. Hi, Plasma. How you doing? Okay, getting ready for workies. How you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I hope workies go well. Are you working or still getting adjusted to the place? Gotta be the half the day adjusted to the place. Yee yee. I hope it goes well. Okay. No. Ooh. Thank you for following, Lily the Crimson Fox. Welcome in. You are now one of my sleepyheads. Welcome to the slumber party. Thankies. Hope you have an awesome night. Stay safe. I will. Don't worry. I'm not doing anything that could be remotely dangerous. I am in my room all the time. Hi. I hope you're doing well. I am. Thank you. Okay. That's looking good. So we will put that into done. Oh, we already did Wheeze. Nunny! It's time for Nunny! I'm okay, EP, but chilling and drawing. Very good. I feel that. I am always EP, including now. We can do some co-working. What are you drawing, though? This is gonna be the one that I put the most care into the line art. Ooh. some art to make others happy and smile like fan art for them. That's very sweet. Love to see that. Okay. Try my best with what I do. I'm sure the people who receive the art are very happy. Got nice thick lines for the drama. Actually, I can just leave that. Meh. Another one. It must be coming from my glove or something. I know no one's gonna see it, but I don't care. Don't mind me watering streamers before bed. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat, she may capture your hearts.
Daisy. I hydrated, I stretched, and if any of you take meds or vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. Thank you very much, Moss. And if you're going to bed, I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Let's see. Okay. Alright, time for the face. Why do the eyes look so far apart like this? There we go. Weird. Oh. Okay. Let's just leave it at that for now. Not super happy with the eyes, but c'est la vie. forget what the nostril part is. I think that's the nostril. Oop, gotta stretch my wrist. That blood isn't gonna flow itself, even though it should. Oh, jeez Louise! Why did that scare the shit out of me, Void? Thank you so much for reading, Void. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus and Shiminy Christ. Welcome in. And thank you for following, Roy. That actually scared the shit out of me. I am so sorry. How are you, Void? How was your stream? It was. Ooh, Sound Mind. Yeah? How did you like the game? Holy moly cannoli. Okay. Loving the atmosphere? Very nice. Very nice. Is it good and spooky? Is it getting you in the spooky season mood? Excellent. On chapter 2 out of 4? Very good. I also got jump scared because you hadn't said anything in a while and you getting scared me. It's sad though. Oh. Well, spooky and sad, but it gave me a gun, so I'm not as spooked as I could be. Fair enough. I feel a lot less afraid in the forest when I have a chainsaw. Yeah, no, when I like really zone into something, I get spooked so easily. But thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. They good. I'm doing some emotes. Do I want that? Is this a vibe? Oh! Oh! Oh, thank you for double raid. Okay, hi. Hello, thank you so much for the raid, Dead Tori. Hold on. I just got a raid like a minute ago and it scared the shit out of me. Thank you for coming in. Ooh, Teamfight Tactics. I hope you had a wonderful time. Hello, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Yuri. I'm dumb and tired, and that's about it. I hope you're all having a wonderful night. Everyone who came in, especially Void and Tori. Blah, 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 brain. Let me finish my sentence, please, brain, please. Yes, feel free to get a snack, get a drink, or get some rest. Whatever you need to do, just take care of yourself and enjoy yourself. How's stream going? I'm good. Did art, then TFT. Very nice. What were you drawing? Bryn. I was doing some rigging off screen earlier, and currently I am working on some emotes because I have a 2.0 debut coming up in December. So I'm very excited. It's Halloween, spooky month. Yes, but what do we feel on this? You know what? We'll come back to it. We'll just... yeah. We'll come back to it. Working on some background commissions. No way, you do backgrounds? The background is the one thing that I commissioned for my 2.0 stuff because I would rather pull my hair out one by one than draw furniture or a background. It is rough. I really admire the patience that it takes. And the skill with perspective. Backgrounds are hard. I mean, backgrounds are super, like, they elevate any art by a ton. I'm gonna eat pizza? Hell yeah. I wish I had pizza. I have pizza in the freezer, but I already ate, so I don't have room for another full pizza. What was I saying? My downfall as an artist is that I can't draw people. Oh my god, together we can make one competent artist. No, okay. We need one more person who can draw like poses and clothes and lighting. I can draw people if they're just standing normally. Standing straight up. Are you making handsome Squidward? I'm making handsome Yuri. Hi Davini, how you doing? Thank you for following, Dead Tori. I appreciate it. You are now one of my sleepyheads. Welcome to the slumber party. Pizza all to myself? 2 pizzas from Domino's? God damn. Lucky. Yeah, we're currently doing the nanny emote. Sleepyheads, it's fitting you join. Yeah, we do be tired here. Woke up with a sore shoulder as if I had twisted or dislocated and relocated. Oh god. Oh. Maybe take a hot shower or hot bath? That might help a little bit. I'm sorry, that sounds painful. You're always sleepy? Me too. Me the fuck too. I have chronic fatigue, so at this point, being tired is like my personality. Yeah. Feel free to settle in. Also, if you need to raid and run though, that is totally fine. Also, if you just want to go do something else, that is also totally fine as long as you're enjoying yourself. That is what is important. Also doing a little art? Ooh, what are you making? I need to be arting, but I also need a little after stream break. Absolutely. You do whatever you need to, whether it's here or somewhere else. You just take care of yourself. Did I have like a... No. Make those corners a little darker. Beep, 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 beep. DVD. Tummy, you say? Tummy shading god? Yeah. Yeah. I have to say, it's not exactly visible on my model, but I did shade the tummy of my model, and I am so proud of myself. I've seen Davini draw before. The tummy shading, scrumptious. People really truly underestimate like tummy shading. It doesn't matter what kind of tummy. If it's soft, if it's flat, if it's like abs, whatever, you need to shade it. It's hot. Like, put the detail in. Love me a good tummy too. Ugh. Any shape or form. Agreed. Agreed. I'm drawing with a mouse? What the fuck? You're terrifying. You frighten me. I'm sorry for existing around you. I used to draw with a mouse, but then I took a break and forgot how to do it properly. Original design was pencil and paper. Regardless, that's terrifying. Still. Okay, how do I make this mouth more dramatic? Very rose inspired, so the lines don't gotta be perfect. That sounds pretty. Do you have like a social media where you share your art? I do not. Pain. Oh well. I understand. I pretty much never post anything I draw either. Then again, like everything I draw is like for stream, like assets for my own stream stuff, which isn't really something I feel like I can just post. It's not like just regular art. Okay, that's about it. We do need... just discords and such. That is fair. That is valid. Doke. I think we need to make the eye a little bit more. Like a this. I think that's pretty good. Now, if we get rid of this. Nope. This. Do we want... Yeah. Yeah, I fuck with that. Oh god, that's terrifying. Ooh, no, I did not want to do that one. Gotta bring my car to the mechanic early tomorrow, so I lurk. Yes, have a wonderful rest. Thank you for coming in, Boyd. I appreciate it. Used to have other social medias and such, but then trucking took over my life. Valid, valid. I did miss this little thingy. Yeah, there we go. I should have made sure to clean that up before. Okay. Think we're good. And then we just need the text, which is, you know, a whole thing of its own. Should I just see if I can use, like, a font? I can't think of where right now, though. Oh. I know Void from somewhere else, too. Yeah. I'm stuffed with pizza. I want pizza. Let me give you the head pat, Sarah. Was wondering why your username looked so familiar. Oh, maybe you know each other. Do I have a font that looks good? Is it typing? Ah. Yes. What fonts do I have? Good night, boy. Thank you for the beam, Roy. No, you know what? I think I just need to write it. It's not gonna look as clean, but when has anything I've ever drawn looked clean? Thank you for the head pass. BRB, gotta pick people up from work? Okay, you go for it. I will also hydrate. Thank you. Water. Okay. Save 2? Thank you. Good call. Very good call. Okay. Should I do it rounded? I think I should. When it's really small, making it like with edges is gonna be harder. I like whatever the fuck that sound is in the song, because it's like... Just realized I did all this work without saving. Luckily you realized it. I'm glad you did. And thank you for the head pat. I appreciate it. No. I'm gonna cheat and just copy that. One time I got a shiny Pokemon in Let's Go Pikachu and I forgot to save. That is rough. I am sorry. Why does that look like mommy? I don't know about this. Never caught shinies in any of the Pokemon games. I haven't played much, so neither have I, but that's not saying much. Select, wait, layer, selection from layer, create, create outline selection. Okay, cancel, white. Outline selection. Select, deselect. How does that look? Why does it still kind of look like mommy? Or Manny, even. Is it too close to the side? Is that why? Oh! Nope. Okay, maybe if I do a little bit of this. Somehow I think that worked. Cool. Do a little bit on this side too. Okay. Where's the sketches? Yeah. I'm pretty gosh dang happy with that. Put that in there. Do I want to add a little forehead line? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Cool. Nunny is done. Still, I can do woo. Emotes. Skip glow stick for now because it's animated. Okay. Hi, Ruth. How you doing, cutie? Good. Started a new gacha recently released. Ooh, which one? I mentioned it last night, but Duet Night Abyss is coming out like tomorrow, I think. So I will give that one a shot. Chaos Zero Nightmare? Man, none of these fucking gacha game names make sense. Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, Duet Night Abyss. It's only like 3 words, too. But how are you liking it? Sorry. Word. At least Honkai Star Rail terms are in the lore. I guess just the Star Rail part, not the Honkai part. Ah, no. Honkai is related to the paths, but it's deep, obscure lore horse stuff. You would know, wouldn't you? Let's see. There's a plane going over me. I apologize. But Chaos Zero Nightmare. It's fun so far. It's darkest dungeon and card game. Oh. Interesting. Is it like a strategy game then? So like no combat? Or are the characters like cards and you still like fight with them like in a game style, video game style? Wait, do I? Why? Because I'm a whore? And a lore whore. Or because I watch random lore videos on company time. Both. Is both. You fight, and each character comes with cards, and there are general cards. Okay, okay. And considering you work for Amazon, you should be watching lore videos on company time. Fuck them. It's your chibi characters on the left and enemy on the right. What? Is? You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Close enough. You? You? Close enough. Some characters have healing and shielding cards, others are like debuff or just DPS. Drop the it. Oh, okay, okay. I'm just dumb. Don't mind me. Honestly, if you're not used to that by now, that's your fault. Me randomly speaking like an old Russian uncle. Is your chibi characters on left and enemy on the right? is a good game, yeah. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Perfect. What is Doing It Night Abyss? I think I told you about it before. It's the gacha game that's dropping its gacha system. I do think they're still gonna have gacha in it, but basically through purely just like grinding in game and getting materials through like just gameplay, you can craft any of the characters. And none of them are like limited time. The gacha banners are limited time. Yeah, I think I told you about it. The gachas, I think, are limited time, but you can obtain any of the characters anytime via crafting. Also, they have removed the energy system from the game. Not super sure how that's going to work. I think it's going to be like there's still limits to how much you can get per day or per week. But I think a lot of the stuff is going to be like mega grindable. Probably lesser materials like level up stuff. Have you seen Ananta? No, I have not. What is Ananta from? New game? New Honkai game? Or Honkai character? Futuristic urban gacha game. Is it out already? Are you planning on playing it? I don't think it's out yet, but I'll check it out. Okay. Well, if you play it and it's any good, you let me know. Oh shit. Ooh. Why does it look kind of square? That'll do. Now it's just the flowers. Finally done. Very nice. Congrats. Save check. Thank you. Also, if you take meds or vitamins and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. Not perfect, far from it, but good enough for me. Nothing anyone ever makes will be perfect. If you are satisfied with it, that is plenty. I'm proud of you. You did great. I have to piss, so I will be right back. Bird. Hi, I'm back. That's a crazy emote. I love it. Glove. Okay. Flowers. Okay. Duplicate. Okay. And do a 4-leaf one. And fairly easy. Oh. Hmm? There we go. Duplicate and move that down. Hide that. Okay. And put that over here. Thank you for the head pat. Okay. I'll put another small 5-star one, or 5-leaf one. I got Gamba on the brain. Over here. And then the itty bitty ones I can just draw. Delete. Delete. It doesn't have to be good. Yeah. I'm a little afraid to commit, so I'm just gonna have a backup layer. else? The little blushies. We'll go with that. Put that into done. Next up, shy. Ooh, that's an important one to me. Afraid to commit so you have a backup, like a second family, but art. No, actually nothing like that. You're silly. This one's intimidating because I want it to be really good. Do I want to do something else for now? Honestly, I feel like I'm kind of reaching the end of my arting for tonight. Hold on. Had to remember to make a signature for it to be shareable. Very nice. I don't do that. I really should. Oh! There we go. Please hold. What shall we do? I still have a lot of honk honk event to get through. Apparently the longer one. So I'm gonna put the art aside for now. Shut down. Oh, jeez. What happened there? Okay. Okay. Pulling Cyrene or any of the Chrysos heirs? Probably just Castrus's light cone. Otherwise, I have no plans. I will also open this up. I'm so excited for Columbina to come out in Genshin. What about you, Room? You pulling for anyone? Game capture. Honk honk. Here we go. Are you pulling for anyone? And I'm probably just gonna be pulling for Castrus's light cone. Also, if you hear any clinking, please excuse. I have a little bit of cookie dough here. Save for Dahlia? Fair. What? I finished this. Leave me alone. Why is it still giving me a notification? Oh, because I didn't get everything? I don't care. Ooh, a new memory of chaos. Yeah, I haven't done this. Or that yet, because it just reset. Unlock. I don't care. Fuck you, and fuck your story. I care not. Oh, I forgot to change the... I thought I already changed the category. What the frick? There we go. Okay. Champion. 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 This. Can't remember the last time I did endgame in Honkai Star Rail. I end up needing to shuffle relics and light cones and strategizing. I end up doing it the last day of if I do it. I just do what I can with what I got, and if I don't pass it, fuck it. Taste tester from Ratatouille moment? What do you mean? Drag items. Oh, that's adorable. Do it again. No. Baby. Fuck you and fuck your story. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He has a moment where he's like, I do not do X. I do not X. I don't X or X. I X if and I don't X, I X. What? I need to see it to understand. I don't have the brain cells to solve for X right now. What? Oh, okay, it says it there. I do not min-max, I do not spell build, I do not theory craft, I do not coordinate with the party. I cast fireball, and if it doesn't work, I die. Yeah. I do not like green eggs and ham, I do not like them, Sam I am. Ooh. What? What's happening? Oh. It's so cute. Aha! You want the flour? The slices? The chicken. Chicken. The Cutlet. Slices. What manner of creature blesses my scream? A dromasaur. Dromasaurus. Droma. Whatever the fuck. It's a cute little dinosaur guy from Honkai Star Rail. You. What kind of ara would you like? Kind of like how the New Girls Frontline 2 did Endgame. One for the road. Ara. Good night, Pajama Nerd. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Thank you for being here. Kind of like how, you can join a clan when you do endgame. You contribute to total sum for the clan for rewards, so even if you don't do super well, there's usually people in the clan who can cover for you. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Good night. Sleep well. Okay, this one, and this. Nope. Maybe not this one. And this one. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Added benefit of whales feeling super important, so good for them. Fair. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kirby Night Rose. You are now one of my sleepyheads. Welcome to the slumber party. What are we doing? There we go. You want buns. Free. Sending good vibes? Thank you. I appreciate it. Chimkin. Fries. Pizza. Chimkin. I guess it's more of a quiche. Bun. I hope you're doing well. Sorry. The cookie dough calls me. I got cocky. Waiting on the daily reset. Ooh, for what game? For Hong Kong? Oh, you're on a different server than I am. I'm on the European even though I'm in NA. How long is it? Till the reset. $40 minutes? Ah. Not long then. Have you done all the events? Yeah, I procrastinate. Ooh. Flower crown. No, I like the bell. Okay. Trait. Okay. Let's get... Yeah. Oh my god, Nintendogs. No, I'm sorry! I didn't mean to. I bonked him in the head. Okay. We need the most in this. And then we need a little bit in this. And a little bit in this. Got that Nintendo in me. Get ready. Oh. Hey, boop, 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 boop. 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 One week left. I don't know if I can do this. You, and you. Okay, I can, but the energy is gonna be like 0. Fries. You want Chimkin and quiche. Slices. Ish. Slices. Slices and fries. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Lizard. 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 Ah! I missed one. Skip it. Ooh, a little brushy. Brushy brush. Petting. And Spiracuity reaches B. Musculation reaches C. Baby. Boop, 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 boop. There's an achievement for brushing the tail. I will do that next time. Thank you. Boop, 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 boop. I did pet the tail. You don't want red soil? You want this? I don't understand. Diet time? Oh no. Ooh. I mean, we're pretty much good. Let's do some of that. Some of that. Some of that. You want quiche? You want chicken? You want slices? You want buns? You want champion. You want quiche. I too want buns. Buns are good. The food and the butt. Hold on. Whatever that is. Burger. Fries. Buns. Whatever that is. I'll say pie. Buns. Okay. Spirituality must be higher. Musculation, and the other one needs to be B. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hope I got that right. Okay, you didn't like that? I think it was the tail, maybe? Sorry, petting? Oh, no! I don't know. Spirituality needs some more. How much more does it need? Like a good amount. And then... musculation. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. I've already reached everything. You don't like this? Pink? One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, Honkai Barbell! Burger Bing Blood Bettis. Babas Bing Buban. Bomber Burger Bing Burger. Bisbamon Pulses Foot Fungus. But Basket Burns Bout. Bad Bite Beep But Boop But. Hey Jacka, I hope you're doing well. Benless Bone Bureau. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. I threw out my back a week ago, so there's that. No, I'm so sorry. What happened? How are you doing? Shit still has me fucked up? Is it getting any better? Boneless Bulk Bureau, my favorite gotcha. Is drying your hair? Oh god. We should both get together and do some core exercises and stretches. In a super not sexual way. Because my back also gets muscle spasms often, so... Genuinely. What's going on, little guy? Little guy? Yes, you are. You're my baby. You are the superest drama. I would rather cut off my foot and eat it than leave this baby. Guide gently. That's so cute. Baby. Right before it happened, I had a feeling like, damn, I could totally pop my back right now and it'd feel so good. And then it exploded. No. It went too hard. Okay. Okay, anyway. Wait a minute. Wait, is this a companion? Ooh, now we're keeping it original. Schnazzy. I was literally just shaking out my hair after a shower. That shit made me hit my knees. I'm so sorry. Oh god. Do you have like a tub where you live? Maybe you could like take a hot bath to help relax your muscles? It's been getting better? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Select trait that applies to current attempt. So much fun! Whoa! Musculation and Cara Splendor. Okay, so everything that I haven't been working on. I have a heating pad that was probably made in the 1980s. Things still work somehow. If it works, it works. And back then they probably had less regulations on how hot they can get. So you have a mega hot heating pad. Beep, 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 beep. Oh shit. Beep, 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 beep. 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 Come on. Beep, 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 beep. Ooh, just in time. Low settings starts to burn through a sweatshirt after like 10 minutes. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. Beep, 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 beep. 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 Oh. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Fuck it. Cara Splendor and Musculation. Okay, I just need Cara Splendor. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You loved the pink. Womp. Skip it. I will stretch, thank you. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Good stretch. Am I caught up on the story? Not at all. Not at fucking all. I'm pretty sure I just finished like the whole Tribby thing. Like I'm halfway through Emphorius at this point, I think. It's so dragged on and on. I just don't enjoy it anymore, you know? Everything takes forever with like it feels like just a shit ton of filler. It gets intense, I'm sure it does. Whoa. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna have to guess. Brother. Shit. He's a big boy. Trying to pay attention as my Adderall was wearing off was just, ugh. Yeah, no. I just was not feeling it. Bath. I need this thingy. And this thingy. Wait, no. This thingy. Penacony had my by the balls because of Firefly. Yeah. Even okay, Penacony the first half was really fun. At some point, probably around the Aventurine arc. Don't get me wrong, I love Aventurine. I loved learning about him. But the story went so slowly. And one of the things I hate so fucking much is the constant POV switches. Like, just as I'm getting into one thing, they're like, okay, but let's go over to the other side now. And I'm like, I cannot get invested in either side if you do this. Fuck you. You want burger. You want chimkin. You want pie. You want fries. You want burger. You want fries. The new chapter is literally done hung yapping for 5 fucking hours like, dude, let's wrap it up, please. Is it voiced? Is he back? Is it voiced? I love Bellabog because it felt grounded and so much world wonder, and Penacony was so beautiful, and I loved Acheron and Boot Hill, Firefly, Black Swan, yeah. It is, he's back. Okay. Because I'm not fucking reading, dude. Hell no. There's like a chance I'll listen. A chance, not a guarantee. Also, can I just say, I'm sad that they made him taller in his new form. Like, I'm all for having taller characters and some beefcakes, but like, could you leave the little twink alone? Could you let him be a twink in peace? Can we have some twink representation, please? Does his final form need to be taller? No, stop. Make a different tall character with big boobs, please. Ooh. Da, 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 da. 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 Close enough. I'm upset that they decided to crank up the booba slider on Lucia and ZZZ completely last minute. I didn't even notice. She was gonna be our bottom-heavy queen for the medium-sized girls. Oh, we need a bottom-heavy queen. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. An absolute dump truck, please? Yeah, I do love her though. She's so goofy. At first I was like, actually, Room had the perfect image for it. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? What the heck? I don't know. She got the booty, but now her titties are huge too. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I know, like, there's nothing wrong with being tall, but it's like, can we not make everyone, like, 7 feet tall and massive boobs and butt? Can we have a little variety? A little bit. As a treat, please. Did you send it again? Thank you! Thank you! She's still medium-sized body, but she got a fatty. I never noticed, and I will be perceiving. Hold on, not this. Browse. Desktop. This. This was literally me. I was like, a fucking discount Ganyu. Copycat Ganyu. And then I saw her trailer and I was like, oh. She has more personality than Ganyu. Okay, she is a new and improved Ganyu. She may be, like, very, like, sisters not twins with Ganyu, but I'll forgive it because she is cuter, in terms of personality. So. Getting to run around her town, like, with town as her, like, boing, 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 boing. Genuinely. Can we get a buff woman and a chubby woman? And for that matter, a chubby guy. Please, 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 please. Muscle mommy when? I know. When are we getting tummy physics? We got thigh physics, we got butt physics, we got boob physics. I'm starving. Please, feed me. Feed me the tummy physics. Caesar should be built like that? Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. They'll give you chubby men, but as an animal. You know what? You know what? That's a good point. I was kind of fucking with Ben. He was like, I can't like fully get into it because he is like too far on the furry spectrum. But I was a little bit like, Ben. Hey, Ben. We asked for a bear and they literally gave one. Hot take, maybe Caesar's shoes fucking suck. I have not paid attention. Now there's a panda? Yeah. I haven't paid much attention. You want quiche. You want quiche. You want chimkin. You want chimkin. You want fries. You want burger. 4 to 5 inch heels, why? Dude, the fact that they didn't make Pompeii playable was an actual tragedy. I would have been barking. Barking, dude. Another fox, Thyron, and a robot guy. I am excited for Yidhari though. They were fucking ballsy with the tentacles, and I'm glad. Cause she's hot. His theme, Pompeii. I don't even care about the boss fight. He's just hot. Let me look at him more, please. Please. Please, more DILFs. People are saying they should have made Varka and Genshin older. I agree. They made him huge. They made him way taller than other male tall characters. And he's supposed to be like a local legend in terms of like having been around for a while. And then he's like this guy that looks maybe 30, maybe. And I'm like, fuck. Give me 40, give me 50, 60, dude. I'll take it. Wuo went back and is making Scar playable. Ooh. Ooh. I do love that when they make the hot villains playable. God, I wish Hoyo would take notes. You want buns. You want pie. You want whatever this is. You want quiche. You want buns. You want pie. You want this. You want buns. Quiche. This. Pie. Quiche. I feel like gacha games should know based off of, been saving since the Alice banner for Yidhari. Yeah, I mean the tentacles really, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. I have like 135 pulls saved for her on main. Oh boy. Have you seen the trailer for the new Wuwa guy? Are they slutting him out? No, send it to me please. I feel like gacha games should learn from Overwatch that if you give a wide range of women, including buff women, chubby women, older women, there will be so much porn. People will want them so bad. So bad. Okay. Like 130. Oh, sorry, I already said that. They said, here, damn, to the men wanters. Yes. Yes. What was I doing? I just want cute femboys and muscle mommies. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, minus 2, 3. 13? Soft petite men, please. Not like skinny men. Would you count... Okay, Venti, obviously. Would you count Goro from Genshin? With his little crop top. Not really? But you definitely count Venti, right? I mean, come on, Venti. He's got the aesthetic, but not the attitude. Does being a femboy require an attitude? This is news to me. Misha kinda, but I don't know, Misha's age, so not that- no, Misha is definitely a child. Misha is based off of a character when he was like much younger. Yeah. They doing child labor with him. Alright, one of these, two of these. 3 chimkins. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. One of these. 1, 1, 2, 3. How can you tell what the mindset is? What is the femboy mindset? I'm learning so much. How they carry themselves? I don't understand. Don't they just have to, like, present femininely? Big gay? Can femboys not carry straight energy? Acknowledging you're a man, but choosing to oppose gender norms and be feminine, wearing skirts and shit. Like, Finster has straight energy. I see Finster and I'm like, that, you don't like men. Probably. But he also doesn't have like a femboy energy to him. He just likes cute clothes. He's just a guy that likes cute clothes. I don't think that's an energy about it. That's just his aesthetic. You can look like a power top and not be a power top. You can look like a femboy and not be one. Okay, yeah, I guess, but I don't know. So, like, how does Venti not have the energy? I feel like he could not give less of a shit. He's literally, I'm pretty sure he's literally non-binary. He just took the form of his friend who happened to be male. But he was like a little wind spirit thing that probably didn't have a gender. I'd say Venti is a femboy. Okay. And Goro? Who's to say he's not? He doesn't have, like, toxic masculinity. He wears booby armor and nothing covering his belly, right? I'm not gonna lie. I think y'all are lying. Not lying. I think y'all are wrong. Does Goro act femme? No. Neither does Finster. Neither does Venti. They're kind of femboy icons. I think, okay, as an outsider, your guys' examples here are inconsistent as hell. I think it's probably an aesthetic. I think you could be, like, tough as shit, super manly guy, and if you like cute shit and wearing skirts, I think that still counts. I don't think it's an attitude. Hold on. Now, I'm not 100% on this. My mind can be changed. You guys just aren't changing it. Someone like me, though, I'm built like a straight-up caveman. Nobody in their right mind would want to see me wearing cute clothes and shit. False. Untrue. Narrow-minded and wrong. The best way to say it is there's no requirement to be a femboy except be a guy and like femme. You can look like a femboy but not identify as one. Yeah. But that's inconsistent with all the other things that you were saying. You said it's mindset over body. It's not a mindset. Just like goth is not a mindset. You can look like a goth and not identify as one, right? Okay. You wouldn't call someone a femboy if they didn't want to be known as one despite looking like one. It's something you identify with. Yeah, but it's not a mindset. It's not like an outlook or a personality trait. I also don't think it has anything to do with body type. I think big, beefy men can absolutely be femboys. In fact, they should. No, no, wrong one. Closer to an identity. We don't know how Venti would feel about being called a femboy. Yeah, I guess, but then in that sense, there's very few, like, femboy icons that you could actually call a femboy. One can only speculate. Like, you can't ask them, and they haven't said otherwise. Drew, but calling yourself butch and looking nothing like it? That's what I am saying. It is an aesthetic. Although butch is also, like... I don't know. Grow some balls and give us cube femboy with skirt and bulge. Okay, well, I don't know if they're gonna give us a bulge. Lol, but imagine they did. Maybe Zenless. Maybe Zenless. Spend the energy. You can't tell me the Hoyo artists don't have a personal folder with all the unadded animations. I am positive that they do. Absolutely positive, dude. I keep seeing memes of like 3D artists and animators that are like torn between going down the path of like, you know, professionally animating for studios and whatever, or just doing porn because everyone wants them to do porn because there's such high demand for it. You know? Especially the ones from ZZZ. Absolutely. I will say, when it comes to Hoyo, it's very unlikely. There was literally like a presentation to the Genshin employees instructing character designers and writers not to put anything gay in or anything too effeminate. Like things unlike Venti. Like Venti was a little too far, you know? And that's because they're a Chinese-based company. So they don't, they're not really allowed to make gay things. I watched like a whole video by E on YouTube. Or E is social. Another mommy or cute girl with the occasional muscly man. Yeah. I heard Venti was originally going to be more femme, but they had to tone it back. Yeah. Here, hold on. Let me find what I was talking about. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Chrome. Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. Boop. And... Boop. Oh. Okay. Okay. Alright. True, but femboys don't have to be gay, but they get associated with a lot. Gender norms. Okay, so when I say gay, I mean queer. Which includes not cis, you know? Which includes gender roles. That's not a lesbian couple, just a woman and her straight femboy boyfriend. So it's totally fine. Yeah. No, but there's this thing that I've seen.
Was allowed in popular media. Documents from the Beijing International Game Innovation Conference in 2021 were leaked online, detailing topics that are allowed in video games and topics that aren't. Overly effeminate men, with Venti from Genshin Impact being cited as a direct example,
Goro.
he's so famous for that, were not allowed to be portrayed in games. Additionally, when it came to the topic of same-sex couples, any mention or depiction of them were strictly not allowed, with the translated document stating, "The love story of same-sex characters, we will limit the word use in such a story. You can only say they are best friends." Okay, so just because this was directly pointed out in a game conference about censorship does not automatically mean that we should turn to every single friendship in Genshin Impact and be like, oh, so this means they're gay. No, it doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean in those instances where a really close friendship in the game feels like it's being insinuated as to be something more than just friends, we can look to these censorship guidelines and use
them. Who said that? Anyway. Yeah. Gender roles. You can be a cis straight femboy. Yeah. Yeah, and Raiden, absolutely. Absolutely. No, but literally like Venti and Goro being cited as don't put this in your games makes me feel like Hoyo is probably not gonna go there. Branya and Seela, yeah. I think there was like some official work from a non-Chinese source that had them kiss or something, but maybe it was like redacted later on after the fact. I forget. I truly do not remember the details. But it is relevant. Oh! Inventory. No! I want a droma. Go have a chat with it? I'm trying. Yuri over here sounding like she only gives the best and softest hugs. Oh, shucks. He. You want to do that? Bah. 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 But yeah, if you're interested in that, by the way, E on YouTube, just E. If you search up like Hoyo, Honkai Star Rail is queer or Genshin is queer, you should be able to find their videos. I love their videos. They are so good. Did you see the Woowa guy? I did not. Oh. Alrighty, the thumbnail is, can I yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna show it. Gorgeous animation. What? Where did those clothes come from? Ain't no way.
The blade is whole to strike. Make your move. Surrender. Off with you. Winds howling. Next. Too slow. Stars realign.
Okay, so Vroom, what are you talking about?
Break like bamboo.
Was it the fact that he was shirtless for 10 seconds?
Vanish.
What are you talking about?
Mandate calls. Judgment falls. You traitor.
So, what are you talking about? What? He has a gourd of alcohol he drinks from when he fights. How does that make him slutty? What? What? You said they really slut him out. I love you, but what? I didn't even see any bouncing tits. Did you see Monito's trailer, dude? Him bouncing on that wooden bamboo pole, grunting? Oh, no. Aw, that's cute. My baby. Did I finish everything here? Oh, I haven't done the... Okay. Well, time to do that. Okay. Special stackable shields. Summon Soul Dragon to assist teammates in combat, which triggers follow-up attacks. Teammates with Soul Dragon gains increased attacks. No, but have you guys seen Monoto's trailer? That was wild. I mean, the baiting in that was on the same level of, like, that corset scene in Black Butler. Which... super fucking uncomfy, by the way. In hindsight, now that I'm no longer 14. Regardless. Same level of, you know what you're doing. Jesus. Have you seen Dalen? I have not. Dylan? Dylan D's not. Sorry, that doesn't make sense. Okay, you know what? You can autoplay. I don't care. She cute ZZZ? I will look up. Oh, Dialin? Oh, she is cute. Yeah, I like that. How many forms does Danhong need? At least 3, apparently. This whole conversation started about me bitching because they made Danhong taller. And I'm like, sometimes people are just allowed to be twinks. Alright, leave it alone. Is the Fate banner still going? I don't even know at this point. I will check after this. Okay, trust Jacka. Next Dunhung form is hella twinkified bet. Please, honestly. He's... damn. Multifaceted king. Okay. At least gonna go through 3.7. Okay. I'm fucking dumb. Okay. Yes. Yeah, there's no end date. Actually. Ooh. Can't wait till 4.0. Please get me out of Sideways 8th land. Infinity? Yeah. I'll even take more Lawfu. I won't. I won't. No. No. Thank you for following me. Cho Green Street, is that how you say it? You are now one of my sleepyheads, so welcome to the slumber party. What does this do? I don't know. I'm not gonna touch it. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Let's do Apocalyptic Shadow. I'm prepared for Cyrene. Oh boy. A lot of people pulling for her, even though the ultimate thing. I just feel neutral about her in general. 450? Holy fuck. Can't take this rubber room and these rubber rats anymore. Holy fuck. 450, dude. I don't think I've ever had that many pulls at once. I don't think I've had more than 200 at a time, ever. Probably rarely over 100. Stop playing like pre-Sunday. I gotta summon everything on this rotation. Okay, did you log in recently? Because free Dunhung. Okay, this is gonna be Herta. And this is gonna be Acheron. Acheron. You can have Adventuring and who else? You can have I don't know. We'll come back to it. Let's do Herta, you, Sunday. Whoa, is that gonna be enough? Probably not. I don't care. Whatever. I missed Evernight. I will be spending money to ensure E0, S1 Castris, Hyacine, and Tribby, and E2, S1 Cyrene. Holy fuck. I will be going for E6, S5 before she goes away. Oh my god. This might be my first time meeting a whale. Do you identify as a whale? Because that's whaling. That's whaling hard. Holy. Jesus H. Jiminy Christ. What buff do I want? Physical damage. I'm saving for Fireflies and Expander so I can get her E6. I have her E4 now. Jesus. Free to play Gigachat. I don't. This is my first big instance of $700+ Good lordy lord. We'll also be spending tons and tons of times with friends this week. Good. Room, you know out. I will shoot you. I have an E4 Ronmei off of 250, so I hope to recreate that luck. I wish you the best of luck. The very best. May you get all earlies. May Pink Jesus bless my account. I will use her with Acheron exclusively. Hell yeah. Is Cyrene good with Acheron? Nope. Fair enough. Valid. To be fair, I use Feisha with Acheron just for my casual team. For the weekly stuff, just because Feisha is so useful for the adventure domains. Her 24 turn ult is just a 40% damage buff for 2 turns for non-crisis heirs, my god. I think the only gachas I've spent money on is like Girls Frontline 2 and Wuwa. I think the most I've done is spend like, I think I got a couple of the monthly passes for Genshin. And maybe once for Honkai. Otherwise, not. Although, I have spent money on Infinity Nikki. Usually monthly passes and stuff, but pretty consistently. I'm surprised I haven't spent on ZZZ, but it treats me super well usually early win. That's good. Okay, get his ass while he's down. How much is the bow skin again? My god. Get her ass. Damn. Zani is getting a skin. There's only one reason I'd be willing to E6 her, and that's because she is Elysia XP. What? Based off of Elysia from Honkai. Ah, got it. Specifically her Hersher human form, and I happen to have 0 self-control. Valid. Crazy how much buying power that gets her. I know people who pulled Acheron because Raiden XP. Does XP mean something? Cyrene's banner with the 3 Chrysos heirs is just... This is gonna be the most romantic money laundering scheme. Hope we don't die. Oh, we're good. Another one? I even E2 S1'd Acheron because she's based off of Raiden Mei. It's Hoyo's way of saying in another reality / universe. This is who they would have been. Ah. I am sucking ass at this. Holy moly. Go ahead. It took me a few tries. Yeah. Not sure what team to use here. Aventurini, mad lad, I love you. Holler. Okay, that one's over. Robin and Silverwolf SP in the pipeline, apparently. Do I just not know anything? Ah, fuck. I should be horrified at the prospect of relic grinding for Hyacine, Trivia, and Castris. Yeah, you should. You really should. I hope you're ready to spend money on energy, too. Otherwise, you're not using those guys for like 6 months. Ow. Right now I'm farming for Cyrene and already got half her relics done. Okay, good. I feel like Robin doesn't need one, but Silverwolf definitely does, even with her buff. Wait, what? What does SP mean? We have that event that gives us 6 perfect relics, does it? What event? Oh yeah, Himiko's getting one too. What? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Help. 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 What? What's happening? Why am I not dying? Break summons to get healing rewards. Okay, but why am I in the negatives? What is that? Is this like built for Castris? Next patch is an event where you gotta re-roll the stats of a gear set before selecting it. Okay, baller. I don't know how I'm not dead. SP is when they get a new path and kit a la Hunt March. Okay. Gotcha. Ow. Ow. What's happening? What the fuck? We're Danny Boy. Danny Boy times 3. I don't know why I clicked her thing. I'm gonna cry if my Castress out DPS's my Acheron. Why? More waifus. I think it stands for separate path. I know the P is path. Second path, maybe? Special. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. You. And then you. Not that they're gonna have a chance. Okay, yay! Full clear. Just barely. I feel like I did so shit in that first one. Wow. There's no shot I'm doing that one. I mean, I want to try it with Castress. Okay. Get a Castress team up in here. Not Ronmei. Let's do 2 healers. Because ouchie wouchie. And if we do an axe, that'll be fine. You and you. Yeah. Here we'll do this one and this is all there's oh. Had a weird thing. Where are your Acherons and Nihilities? You think I give a shit? Sorry. You think I have the brain cells to do things properly? No. No, I'm not smart. I don't read kits. I wanted Fox Boy, but he didn't come home. And I don't like Pela that much. And I don't have Silverwolf. So fuck it, we ball. When a character uses ultimate, increases their weakness break efficiency by 100%. HP percentage. Sure. Yeah. Or Cypher? Yeah, I don't have her either. I forced Foxboy to come home. I was very annoyed. They removed the healing from his kit. Let's try it. Even if we don't get the stars, let's just see if we can clear it. He used to be like the only Nihility that had healing in his beta, but they removed it. Yeah. Please. Can I get a turn? Please? May I get a turn? Okay, Anaxa. Fuck him up. I wanted E6 Shui. I regret summoning so many run base. Oh my god. I got Camp. Camp. Cypher Aventurine March Facial. Oh, that's what it stands for. Can't have shit on the Yen show. Get fucked. Bitch. Can't wait until we get like a story with the Abundance and Borison. I want to see their side of the story too, and not the Hunt's propaganda. Yeah. The Borison were pretty cool. Although, to be honest, I've been paying less and less attention to the story in general, just because it's so dragged out. I feel like they really sit down in the writer's room and they're like, okay, how do we make this as long as possible? How do we make this as much content as possible with as little story as possible? As little actual, like, substance. Anaxa has the lowest owned rate of all 5 stars, which is crazy because he has hella implant. Yeah, that's surprising. Bye. I was just dumbfounded during the story of Hule. Like, am I not supposed to pity the man that's been getting tortured for 24/7 for hundreds of years? Didn't he commit hella genocide? Like, him personally? Also, was he being tortured? I know, like, isolation is a form of torture, but still. He committed hella war crimes, but this Hyunjo, in my view, kind of started it. I don't feel that bad for him. I don't think the Hyunjo are, like, black and white good guys, but I don't feel that bad for them. But I do think the Borisin are interesting, just in general. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Adventuring help. I just don't trust the Xianshou, since they were even slightly aggressive to Alocha just for using healing power. I don't be trusting any government. Beishao did mention his specific form of imprisonment was impaled with a sword while in captivity because he's immortal. Okay, I didn't remember the impaled part. I find it a little interesting how the recap even states Aglaya was a little aggressive. Aglaya was dumb as fuck, dude. She was like, the only people who could help? Yes, let me threaten their lives when I don't even mean it. That'll end well. That'll end really well. Girl, best case scenario, we help. Worst case scenario, you're gonna die anyway, and you've pissed off the wrong people. They blame Yasha for the Mara, despite the fact that they're the ones who asked for it and then decided to hunt the Abundance worshippers. I don't remember those details because I probably skipped over the story. But also, the whole, like, Abundance Mara, like, main thing was way back when I started playing. I am not a lore whore, unlike Room. Her pull rate's low. Wait, who? Oh, Aglaya. But honestly, I blame the fact that her ult is so energy hungry and she is partner plus. I just find this Yen show a little hypocritical. I guess. I mean, considering we started off on Bellabog, it didn't seem that bad in comparison. And the people were already saving for Castros, yeah. Doesn't Aglaya need E1 for consistent ults? Also, I just fucking hate her. And I hate the voice. Like, her voice itself is fine, her accent is garbage. It actually pisses me off. I'm pretty sure it's the same actress for Lil Gui. But like, please just hire someone who is either British or can actually do a British accent. You hired her and heard her. You thought that was a good accent? Bro. I mean, are the Xianzhou trying to commit genocide? Debatable. Fuck you. Every weakness in the book for you. Try me, bitch. I don't trust them calling every species that follows the abundance genociders and slavers when they're trying to do genocide too. I mean, at least it's realistic. At least the hypocrisy is realistic. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that, okay. A bit too realistic, Planning. I mean, do you know what happens to you if the abundance gets a hold of you? You get flesh melted and added to a massive chorus of minds, trapped and tortured forever. Abundance is basically the flood and grave mind. Read Shui and Hanya and Yukong backstory? No. You can read it to me, or nothing happens. I'm not reading. That's what happens to Xianzhou natives, yes. Also off topic, that somehow sounds more like it would fit with the harmony. You're right! Yeah, the hive mind thing. So realistically, they should be the victim of genocide for the sake of the universe. That's what every genocider says. Oh, I'm a little low on shield. Ooh, Skelly. Skelly, I don't like that. The Borison seem pretty individual-minded. Yeah, I think that's just personal beef. Let's bounce. Get fucked. Have we actually seen a Foxy and Mara struck? I have not paid enough attention. I think it really is just because the people of Xianzhou weren't meant for immortality. The Borisin were converting Foxians into Borisin, and it only stopped because of Heishao. You lore whores lore it up. I'm too dumb for this. Fun fact, Shui and Hanya are sisters that love each other, and because of their condition and jobs, they're slowly forgetting each other. Oh, I knew they were sisters. I didn't know the forgetting each other thing. That's sad. Sounds like Borisin just hate foxes. Could be. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Berta! 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 I'm afraid for you. Oh, thank God. Okay, almost there. Excellent. Ay. Huzzah. 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 Oh. Okay. I like never use casters. Plonk. Ooh. I miss Ian? Who just goes around with a massive fuck off boat? Ian? Who's Ian? If you tap Cass E and then you swipe, you can keep her ult going for longer. Wait, really? What do you mean swipe? Swipe? Instead of holding E to blow up the dragon, what? Like the dragon? You can tap it? Come on. Like that? Ian from Smosh? No. Lan, Ian of... Okay. Ian of Hunt. Got it. Don't hold it, just tap it once. That... And then basic attack? Oh. I mean, I'm not really worried about dying here. Because apparently I can just go into the negatives. Oh, mem counts. That's why I wasn't seeing the circle. Oh, no. Eons I want to see less of. Lon and Nanook. I want to see more of Nanook. I want to see much more of Nanook. Wait, okay, so does tapping and then basic attacking give more damage, or is it just for, like, keeping your team alive? Just for uptime? Okay, I'm good then. If anything, taking more damage here helps because I'm not gonna die, and it just helps me recharge the ult faster. I don't think it does more, yeah. Uh-oh. Mem is low. What I do, yeah. I was a little disappointed when I found out the next world was Edostar. I wanted to go to Melistanen. I wanted to go to whatever the water world is. Take me to the water world. I will riot. They've faked us out with the choice twice. They were like, oh, you want to pick? Just kidding. Okay, now you can pick. Just kidding. And I was like, I'll kill you. Fuck. Meliston was literally the world where Idrilla ascended. That's so much more interesting than Cyberpunk Japan planet. I want to go to the water world. I want to go to the underwater ocean world. Lusaka, was it? I don't know. Nanook for sure I want to see less. I know he's supposed to be the main antagonist, but man, when they told us there was a Stellaron on Amphorius, I sighed so hard. There's gonna be a Stellaron everywhere, dude. Sorry, Lushaka got turned into a relic set. It isn't real. I wanna go, I wanna go, I wanna go! Take me to the underwater world! I am never finishing this. Three things I want: playable Borison, meeting the mirror holders, auto farm, and relic domains. Yes. Auto farm would be so good. What costumes have we gotten? Thank you for the beam wolf. We've gotten archer lady. We've gotten chef boy. We've gotten Tingyun, second Tingyun. Is that it? Super eepy and have work later, so night night. Thank you so much for being here, Wolf. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams and that I get to see you soon. Good luck at work. Have a lovely day. Mwah. Thank you for the head pat. Oh yeah, Fei Shao. Somehow forgot about her. Can you please die? This is taking forever. I guess we did have Dylan Bailu for more races. Yeah. I would like more dragons, though. Oh, are you going to, Hammer? I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. We need more non-human races like Skrullum. I'm gonna have 0 remaining action value by the end of this. Is he gonna get into, like, agitated mode and just fucking wreck me? Off to work. Have a wonderful day at work. Thank you so much, Hammer. Bye-bye. Am I losing it? Like, that's a good amount of damage, isn't it? Why is it like 1%? Like, isn't 300,000 a decent amount of damage? What's happening? Am I forgetting? Was it supposed to be like 1,000,000? Boss HP always going up. But is it me? Am I doing something wrong? What is this? Is my castress just ass? I feel like everyone's getting to ult like once per rotation. Use your E2S1 Evernight. Fuck you. I'm like a little afraid it's gonna go into that berserk mode. We're gonna have 2 action value. Fuck. Play. Okay, I did 7% damage with that. I've definitely done more than 10 rounds. I have the maximum amount of buffs. Please? Seen lots of people clear with Trippy or Beefy Sunday. I should have put Sunday. I should have put Sunday instead of Gallagher. Oh well. I'm not doing this again. It's taking forever. This boss looks like the antithesis of fun. I might just suck. I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I'm hoping one more alt. Spend money? No. No. I don't have the money. I have credit card debt. Okay, this has to be it. Just E6 S5 Castris. I have credit card debt. I can't afford to live. I can't wail. That's actually more than I thought I would get. Cool. Cool. I'll take it. I will take it. E2 S1 Tribby. I'm not even gonna E0 Tribby. I don't want Tribby. E6 Sireni. Would you like to pay for it? Would you like to fund it? Just E6 S5 Firefly and play Break when it comes back. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not holding my breath. I didn't really like Firefly's playstyle, so I never ended up getting her. I'll pay for it. I'll kill you. Save that money for your funeral, bitch. Turn Sireni into a main DPS. Room has the problem of spending money on others. Do you want the shirt I'm wearing? I love you so much. You're so cute. I do wonder if I should E6 my Ron May with the new companion spirits, or if I should just save her. If you're talking about the currency, I would just save. I hate spending money for the sake of power and gacha. I love skins and stuff though. They might put someone useful in the Golden Companion store, hopefully. Technically, Topaz would be really useful for me because I have Fei Xiao. But I don't like Topaz, so I'm not gonna get her. Because why would I waste stuff on people I don't even like? Yeah, Topaz is- yeah, that's why I brought her up. Keep in mind that I usually don't do much endgame, so in most gacha I usually don't really need it, yeah. I already have E1, S1 Topaz. Look. This. Joe's an irresponsible member of society and has a high credit score because of it. Hey, good for you! You may not have much in savings, but you have high credit score, which honestly means a lot nowadays. It's very important. 733 from irresponsible spending, baby. Let's go. I don't even know what my credit score is right now, but it's not good. Oops, all fine in. Every time the enemy hits Finan in his ultimate form, I just imagine it going plink. I actually have a decent chunk in my savings because I choose to be intelligent once in a blue moon, and having an airport job helps. That is good. Good for you. Got maybe 2K in credit card, but I pay well over the minimum, so it's coming down fast. Mostly from needing to rent transportation for military stuff. I got stiffed. Ugh. Thank you for that head pat, Davide. Oh, Cyrene. Why couldn't you be like Finan? Okay, yay! That was easy. Try this. Kaplink. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do this again, because Anaxa, so it doesn't matter what the weakness is. In my restless dreams, I see that character. Viable Cyrene. You know what? You follow your heart. My heart hurts, says Tribby Remembrance MC Cyrene Hypercarry Don Hong PT. I do wonder, what's her best in slot? Mommy Dahlia incoming. I think you spelled I'm coming wrong. Isn't she a break slave? Oh. I'm not getting her either, probably. Yay! Thank you, Anaxa. Dahlia R34 Dami. Rule 34. Wait a minute, this isn't Google. Ridiculous. Cat with raised eyebrow emoji. Wait, am I subbed to Faye? Do I have that emote? I know Room does. I am not subbed to Faye. Room, drop the Faye AO emote. Jade and Dahlia mouthwater.png. Sable Martin side eye gif. Room, do you have the emote? Get fucked. The Cho breeds exotic sables. What? Because the Cho does not like fur farms. I don't understand. I don't even understand what I don't understand. But I'm missing something. You've never seen a sable martin, they're adorable little critters. Oh! They are! They are! That's so cute! What do you breed them for? Pet? Aw. People farm them for fur, that is sad. They are adorable though. Any sable in my care and not in a fur farm is a win in my book. That's valid. But then wouldn't you want to not breed them and just adopt them? Kaplammy! The issue with adopting them is that I'd be paying a fur farm to give me their babies. That's true. Yeah. So I'd still be supporting them, yeah. Steal them! Turn to theft. Can't break into Russia. You're right. Ew. Five stacks? Jesus. There we go. One more, baby. Tried to get all your sweet. You are sweet. Put your fucking wallet away, by the way. Will you be pulling for Cyrene? Probably not. Unless she's like the most fun character ever for me. Nah. I do just really need Castrus's light cone. I should get Hyacine, but even though she buffs Finan to infinity, my Finan is fine, man. Does it look like my Finan is struggling? My cute rage has me reaching for my wallet. Fuck you! Stop it! Remember when people thought Yunli was gonna be the new meta? No, fuck you, cute sheep. I'll bury you in gifts. I'll bury you in dirt. 6 feet deep, bitch. People thought Yunli was gonna be meta for a brief moment in time, for like one patch, maybe. I'll buy that dirt. My god. Yeah, you should. It's called a fucking grave. You pay to be put in one of those. Remember when Peeps thought Silverwolf was future-proof? Ooh. Get fucked. Remember when Yanqing was good? No. No, I don't. Good, because it never happened. Ha! How is it still alive? Oh, it's not. Yeah, but... Bah. Bah. He really needs a rework? Yanqing. He's never been useful. Does anyone else know that vine that's like, you remember one time I like you? No. Good, because it never happened. Yanqing isn't real. He can't make us think about him. I'm just so glad that they have that invitation stuff so I can exclude him from my pity pool. He is the worst. Is he the worst standard banner? Like, Bailu still functions as a sustain. Yanqing isn't a good DPS. I believe so. Imagine caring if a character is good or not. Could not be me. I mean, I care if I'm ever gonna use a character. Yanqing is, like, unusable. He's like 5-star Arlen. Shitty. At least Arlen has AoE. Eh. Can I please get a hit on him? Endless ults. Even Welt has almost a reverse DDD in alt. Reverse DDD? Reverse triple D. Is that when your ass is really fat? Okay, goodbye. Thank you. Bye. No, that's BBL. No, he's got triple D's in the back. Triple D's nuts. Sorry. Dance, 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 harmony cone. Oh, that advances action. How do you guys expect me to know these things? You ult with Welt, and all the enemies get delayed action. Ooh, Honkai Star Rail. Hi, Zarek. How you doing? I'm okay, taking a break from cleaning the kitchen. I hope it's going well. Good productivity. I'm just doing some late game stuff. Not sure if I'm gonna get the full thing for this, but we can try. Oh, jeez Louise. Who's next? This one is next? Shit. Blah, 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 blah. I will say it's nice seeing suboptimal characters getting used. Love seeing a well-built break. Sushang. That sucks. Roast meat cooked in a Dutch oven, so it stinks of meat smell, which I don't like. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. I can appreciate the dedication. Saw a Hook team like you go, man. Yeah. They're nerfing themselves out of love. Oh, yay! Oh yeah, I got this. Easy. Can I do the last one? I can try. Ilu Hook Tribby. Any more for the child soldier team? I actually don't know. I'm struggling to think of another child character. There's just so many in Genshin. Maybe only, I guess. I think she's probably like 15. I don't know, she gives 15-year-old vibes. Uh-oh. Adventuring, help me. Make it Boot Hill and its uncle out with his niece is cute. Maybe Little Herda? Maybe. Because, like, she is, like, it's based off of physically her former self, but mentally her current self. And technically it's not even a robot with a real age, so I'd say Yunli is probably closer. There's no little characters here. We need more child soldiers. It's out of context, that's awful. No. Ah, Robin! Mayday, mayday! Mayday, mayday! Robin, come back. Robin. I am frightened. Oh, fuck. Okay, there it goes. Okay, that's that. Well, we did pretty good. What else do we got? Divergent Universe. Oh, we don't have Pure Fiction done. I'm not really in the mood. More Jades to run fades. Yeep, 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 yeep. Okay, hold on. Who's on? Ooh. Wah. Hold on. Oh, how did you know? How did you know? Okay, we are going to raid. Oh, never mind. Wait, what? Say so, but 18 plus? I'm gonna guess the say so is a joke. Okay. We are going to raid Panaris. Who is currently playing House Flipper. House Flipper 2. Which I've played a good amount of House Flipper, but not the second one. So everyone who has been here tonight, thank you so much for joining me. I've had a wonderful time. Got a lot of work done. I will see you on Wednesday. I hope you all have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Good night, everybody. Bye.